Hello guys, Stefan here. Welcome to the stream. More pixel art tonight, as usual. If you're a bit familiar with the stream, you guys know what it is about by now. So we're going through all sorts of movie characters and trying to make them in pixel art form. Very small, fairly small sprites, about on an average 65, 66 pixel high. This would fit in a 64, I guess kind of a SNES size, probably around that 16-bit area. Last time I did Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, and before that we did Nurse Ratched from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So two fairly kind of a bit of a similar vibe on those two, more subtle characters, I would say. So I figured that tonight I try something at the opposite end of the spectrum, with a big monster, big creature, very iconic creature from the Predator, 1987 film directed by John McTiernan. If you guys remember John McTiernan, he did quite a few good, interesting action films in the 80s. He was the origin of the Die Hard franchise, directed the first one and I think the second one as well, but I'm not sure. I think he directed at least the first two, and also did the Last Action Hero, also starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. But in 1987, his first studio film was The Predator, for which he was hired by Joel Silver, a very famous producer who produced a lot of those those big blockbusters back in the 80s. He was came out from Lethal Weapon, the Richard Donner film, with Danny Glover and Mel Gibson, and so the origin of Predator actually is interesting, because it came, if the legend is true, it came out from a joke. Jim and John Thomas, who were the scriptwriters on the Predator, they had worked on Rocky before that. Rocky 4 came out a couple of years earlier, and at that point they had joked that since pretty much Rocky had beaten every available human opponent, the next Rocky should probably have him fight an alien or something, and that kind of gave them the idea of the Predator, which would be this sort of alien that would hunt people for sport. And it was originally called the Hunter, actually, or Hunter, and it turned into the Predator, but only during the production of the movie. The Predator that we all I think remember from that really iconic creature design. Creature design was done by Stan Winston. He's a very famous makeup artist and animatronic designer. So animatronics, for those of you who don't know that is, it's basically those big creatures that they build for real, having a bunch of servo engines in it to be able to animate mechanically a creature, having the jaw open, eyes turn, and all that sort of stuff. It's a pretty specific, very specific skill set. And nowadays they don't really use animatronics very often anymore, because CG has gotten so ahead that it's pretty much irrelevant at this point to have animatronic. But back in the 80s, that was really one of the only ways to get any sort of creature or monster on screen. So Stan Winston, he actually won 4 Academy Awards, so he had a really impressive career. Started in the early 80s. He worked on with Rob Button, another legend of makeup, very well known for RoboCop, for instance, and his work with Paul Verhoeven. Both of them, they worked on John Carpenter's The Thing in 1982, and right after that, Winston was lucky enough to get the opportunity to work with Cameron on the Terminator, and that's really what. Hey, Murder Bunny, welcome. That's really what launched Winston's career, really, with James Cameron on Terminator. And that's, if you remember, a lot of the Terminator, not like the very end scene when the Terminator is all has been partly blown up, and chases and kind of crawls around that factory, trying to get to Sarah Connor. It was all done in the good old stop motion, which was basically you would just pose a certain creature or something in a specific position, take a picture, and then slightly move, repose the creature, take another picture, and you do this 24 times a second, and then you would get a second of film. And that's how they did it. And you can see that the Terminator at the very end, he's got this sort of very stuttery motion, and that's because they usually wouldn't actually animate 24 frames per second. They would animate 12 or 8. Because it was just too much work to animate on 24. So that's what they call the on seconds or on twos. Basically one frame out of or the other is animated, and that's why you get this sort of stuttering motion. This technique was really launched and pioneered by a guy called Ray Harryhausen. He's still a legend to this day, and he did stuff like animating the skeletons on Clash of the Titans or things of that nature. But anyway, I digress. So Stan Winston worked on Alien, and then on the Terminator, and then he got his first Academy Awards for his work on Aliens, still with James Cameron. And then after that, he got 2 more awards for Terminator 2, for best VFX and best makeup. And right after that, next year in 1993, he got yet another Oscar for Jurassic Park with Steven Spielberg, which with whom he got reunited in 97, I think, for AI. So really impressive career. But what's interesting about the Predator is that the original creature was completely different. Looked really silly, apparently. I wasn't lucky enough to see it, but I know that they show some footage of early footage of the creature on the DVD extra for the film, or the 30th anniversary of the film. And they were actually filming with that when they brought Stan Winston, because they figured that creature would not work. So Stan Winston sketched a bunch of other ideas. He was actually on the plane with James Cameron, and when Cameron mentioned the idea of that he liked the idea of a creature with mandibles. So that's one of the contributions that we owe to James Cameron about the Predator. And the infamous Dreadlocks, it's supposedly because Stan Winston had in his production office someone had a picture of a Rastafarian warrior, and he thought that was really iconic and interesting, and so he incorporated that in the design. and that's how the Predator was given birth. But the funny thing is that they only renamed the film Hunter to Predator because they were inspired by the work of Winston and what he had done with the design. So really, I think it's very similar to Alien in that sense, where until you have the creature, the film is in a very precarious position. And because if you end up with a silly rubber suit guy, then I imagine the film that you end up with, because those films, they're usually not very good for the script. They have shaky legs, so they really need a good creature. And so anyway, Kevin Peter Hall, he was the name of the guy who was in the suit. He was 7'2", a very tall guy, very big. And the reason for that, originally Jean-Claude Van Damme, the kickboxer guy, was hired to be the Predator. But he was quickly fired because for several reasons. One of them was that all the cast and the film, thanks to Arnold Schwarzenegger, was mainly some bodybuilders and really big guys from 6'2" to 6'5". And when they realized that Jean-Claude Van Damme at 5'9", he was a little short to look impressive compared to all those guys, and they really wanted the Predator to be something that those guys could fear, believably. So, and also Van Damme apparently really wanted, for some reason, to use his own sets of skills. He wanted the Predator to kickbox a lot, and Joel Silver had to convince him that the Predator was not a kickboxer. So it didn't go very well. But apparently, one scene remains in the film. That scene that they call the hole in the jungle. I think it's Billy, who the character of Billy, who has this line in the film. When you see the Predator in the first time he's up in the trees in the camo, and you only see this sort of heat wave distortion, and that was still Jean-Claude Van Damme at that point, but before he got fired and replaced by Kevin Peter Hall. So yeah, interesting, funny thing. Thinking that Jean-Claude Van Damme could have been the Predator. Yeah, but the cast was crazy. There was Jesse Ventura, famous WWF at the time wrestler. Carl Weathers, who was very big from a big reputation as a physical actor from his role as Rocky's buddy in the Rocky films. Can't remember his name. Apollo Creed. And then there was then Billy, the Native American guy, who supposedly he was known to be so short-tempered and violent that he was getting in fights all the time. So the production had to have a bodyguard following him around, not to protect him, but to protect people from him, from the actor, because he was getting in fights all the time. Yeah, a really crazy cast. Bunch of it's probably the most macho, testosterone-driven film that I've ever seen. I think it was really crazy. It's such a film from the 80s. But it's interesting though, because when you think of it, I think there's a lot of McTiernan he was smart, because if you look at Predator now, it's actually quite a subversive movie for the time. It looks like that sort of matches gun porn film. And it definitely starts as this, when they lay waste to the camp and to free their prisoners. So that whole sequence really delivers on what people expect from that time. But after that, the film turns really into a slasher movie. Except that the usual cheerleaders are replaced by a bunch of Rambos. It's hilarious. They're all super scared, and they all get killed one after another. So it's it's kind of a interesting take on the machist hero theme that was very common in the 80s. In Machian, and after that he did Die Hard, and Die Hard was also quite atypical from the classic heroes from the 80s. Yeah, so we're gonna try to make the Predator. It's kind of a big deal. It's a really super iconic design, but it's a pretty tough one, I think, to do in pixel form, because very busy, kind of hard to read. I think we'll probably have to make some hard decisions in this. So this is a toy, a big statue that Sideshow came out with. Usually I like to take references from those, because they make they did all the heavy lifting work of getting all the perfect reference, you know, and making a clean sculpt, and taking pictures at all the angles, you know. If I had to make the Predator from what you can see in the movie, it would be pretty hard. Lighting is always quite dark and hazy, and it's I mean, that's part of what film magic is. They try to hide the creatures as much as they can, because it doesn't really hold up usually to scrutiny. So it's always good to have those stories for that. I mean, it's crazy. You think that Predator, I don't know running time, but it's probably close to 2 hours, and there's only 8 minutes of screen time for the actual creature, the Predator. Very short. And Alien is probably along those lines. So there's a lot of build up to those films. So we'll try to make this guy. So I think this is the from what I can understand, because there's been so many different Predator designs since then, between Alien versus Predator, 2 films I think they've done. Then there's been Predator 2. There's a bunch of Predators at the end of Predator 2 when the cop is in the spaceship, and then since then there's been another Predator movie that just came out I think this year. Actually, I haven't seen it. It was directed by Shane Black. Interestingly, Shane Black was an actor. He was one of the characters in the very original Predator in the 1987 one. He was, if you remember, the character of Hawkins, the guy with the nerd glasses, and he's the very first one to get killed. And the reason for that is because the producer John Davis, he hired and Joanne Silver. They pretended to hire Shane Black for his acting skills, but they knew that he was a scriptwriter because he had just written the script for Lethal Weapon. So they pretended to hire him as an actor, and then they quickly killed his character so that he could free up to rewrite some portions of the Predator script, which he didn't want to do, interestingly enough, because he was hired as an actor and he didn't like the idea of writing the script, because the fee that you get for a quick short acting job and the fee you get for writing the script is probably not the same, you know. So but who knows. So yeah, Shane Black is a really good scriptwriter and good director, by the way. He did, if you guys have seen stuff like, one that I really liked was The Nice Guys with Russell Crowe and Ryan Gosling. He has a very specific sort of a dark humor in his films. He did Kiss Kiss Bang Bang with Robert Downey Jr. and also Iron Man 3. Yeah, he wrote Lethal Weapon. And at the moment, I think he's doing Doc Savage, based on the old pulp comic character. And Doc Savage will be Dwayne The Rock Johnson. It's going to be interesting to see what he does with that. I'll be curious to see that. Yeah. So I think this is the actual. But I haven't seen what. So the point was that he actually directed the last Predator as well. But I think the reviews were pretty bad, so I don't know what's up with that. I haven't seen it. To me, really, what I'm only interested in the first film. Maybe the second. I think the second was decent, but to me, the Predator is just the 1987 movie. That's what I remember. So that's the original Predator, what they call the Jungle Hunter, the classic one with the. So really, what we want to get out of this, obviously, I think a few things is that infamous famous mask there. This very big head. Usually, characters are really big monsters. They have a fairly small head to make them look more impressive. So it's a very different design choice there. Very big head, unusually big for a character of that size. But this mask is really very iconic. Obviously, the dreadlocks are a big part of it, but it might be tough to show actually. That's where I'm a little worried about the pixel there, because this is not going to be pixel friendly for sure. Also, there's the sort of netting, the mesh, but this I don't think we can get either. So I was actually looking at this toy, and I really like what the sculpture did on this one. That nice white skin very much has that skin that looks like something from a marine creature, like a crab or something with the spots. But the white skin is technically has it there too, but the mesh kind of gets in the way of that. So I think we'll pretend that the mesh is too small to be seen, and we'll focus on the contrast between the and the readability between the light skin and the outfit, And finally, the last really important component is the what they call the parrot gun, because it looks like he has a parrot on his shoulder. But this big device there with the gun, that's probably one of the big aspects of the design as well. So we'll try to get that as well. And if we feel like being a little gruesome, we may have him hold skull and spine, might as well, because that's really his thing. He collects trophies. And the question will be, do we go for the unmasked version? I honestly doubt it. I think we'll probably stick to the mask because it'll be easier to do in Pixel. I'm not sure we can do justice to this face, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So I think I'll probably go for a pose similar to this. I really like the head from that angle. I think it's a good thing. It also leaves the parrot gun pretty visible, so that's pretty good. I really like this moment in the film when he goes, he does this scream to this sort of to challenge Dutch into a fight. It's a really nice moment and a really good pose, but it doesn't really go with the masked version. This is really the moment where it doesn't even have the parrot gun even at this point, because he stripped down his armor. Dutch also doesn't have any more guns or anything. He's and that's at that point that's gonna be a brawl, so it's probably not the best for us, but still a good pose. And I really like this too, because it really showcases the dreadlocks, but this is a camera that is very low, so we'll see. But this could be an interesting thing to do too, twist his body and have him face the camera like this. Why not? Could be interesting. I'm not sure. We'll just go and see what happens. Let the sort of the character guide us. We'll let it breathe and see where it leads us. So I'll take I have to take someone to start with. So I need someone big. At 7'2", he was very imposing. So he needs to be one of the, if not the tallest characters I've done so far. So probably around T800 size. But we can adjust the size as desired. It's not a big deal. Who could do a good starting point there for our predator? I wonder. I guess I could. If you look at Snake Plissken there, he has a very similar demeanor to this guy. So I guess I could probably start from there, and we'll see if we go for this or not. I don't know. Anyway, let's start with something and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. There's our friend there. Snake, there you are. Let's copy him. So keeping in mind that we need to probably extend the whole body by a few pixels. So as usual, this will be fairly messy. If you've seen how I do this usually, it's gonna be a very messy start, very quick, and we'll see where that goes. Try to get the masses in the pose first, and I'll probably go quick and try maybe this and maybe more of that. We'll see. I don't like doing too many different poses, but since I don't really know what's the best, I may have to try different things. So let's go for that. We'll I'm gonna do something here and quickly deset that skin. This will give us a starting point for probably quite light as well, just as a starting point, maybe a bit more green. We'll probably have to adjust that, but it doesn't really matter. So we'll try and put something together real quick. So we need the head. So I'm trying to put just a bunch of shapes to start with, just to get a sense of where things should be, how big they should be. Overall, a quick placement. Picking is always kind of an uncomfortable moment because you have to make abstraction of the fact that everything looks a bit weird, and just focus on trying to get a sense for things. It's almost like you have to read between the lines a little bit and try to imagine what it would be without it being finished. It's best not to think too much. I mean, you think, obviously, you think what you're doing, but you try to go with the gesture and more being a bit more instinctive. You know, so you imagine like this would be the gun, more or less, how big that should be, and you know what kind of angle. We'll want to show the dreadlocks, so where are they? Probably in that area. Quite a lot to figure out on this character. It might be this one might take a little while to get. So really not worrying too much about clean shapes, or even it's very much an approximation of everything. It's almost like you're trying to get as fast as possible some sort of mental snapshot of that thing, and trying to get a feel for its character, its the way it you know it stands, and how its weight is distributed, that sort of stuff. Oops. I said obviously it's going to be a big a really big aspect of the design, something that can really make or break the character. So we'll probably have to spend quite some time in the end to try to get this right, but for now I'm just I'm trying to get a sense for how massive it should be, and where it should be positioned, you know, in a rougher take on the angle and all that stuff. Gonna have to have another value there really quickly, because otherwise it'll be difficult to get a sense for it. Try to imagine where the eyes could be, that sort of stuff. And the dreadlocks are gonna be they're gonna have to be more of a suggestion. I hope I can show them on this side, but fortunately they're shorter than I would like, because then a bit longer would be easier to show. Flip this guy real quick. This is always good to give get a fresh look on things. So now we need to beef him up just a bit. We want to do this now, rather now than later, because this will affect how big we can afford the head to be, for instance, and this is important because every pixel will count on in order to really show that head in the design. So the bigger the better. So if I can have this character a bit bigger, then I'm happy about that. That seems not too bad. Big enough. Don't necessarily want him to be, completely crazy gigantic either, but he definitely needs to take we want to be the size to be a statement for sure. That's really one of the things you think about when you think of the predator. How just it's just sheer size of him. That's not too bad, I think. It's good. It's good start. So it's really this what's this saucer kind of a shape there. It's really two main shapes that need to be conveyed. Kind of. So I want to make sure that he's wide enough. Don't want him to look too lean, this again. So I just want to try something real quick before going too far. I want to see how something like this would pan out. The issue with this would be that there's going to be some overlap of arm. I don't even have more than this, so I can't really. I'm going to have to do a lot of figuring out there and guessing, but that's okay. We can take care of that. But regardless, there's going to be some overlapping of their arm, so this might get confusing. So that's why I'm not sure if this would work, but we'll give it a shot very quickly, because I'm just really curious about the idea of having that slightly tilted head like this. It's almost like a bit curious, you know, and I think it's an interesting we could also turn his head this way and keep his body straight, and it'll still leave us with the parrot gun visible, but this will give us way better opportunities for the dreadlocks there. So I'm thinking that maybe that's something that could be interesting too. So kind of playing with the different options right now, and we'll see what seems the best. This would be sort of 3/4 this way. We'll probably have dreadlocks like this. We could keep this spot the same for now, doesn't matter. So this would be another option, and then at the third option, I'm going really fast. I don't care too much about is it well done or not. It's just so we can make a decision. Really, that's all there is. That's all it is. It's making a somewhat informed decision, because obviously until we go a little further, it's hard to be 100% sure. So this is really a complete repaint there. There's no way around it. Let's imagine the other arm maybe just back there somewhere. I'm gonna get rid of the legs for now, because they sort of prevent me to imagine the character from that angle. See, without the legs now, I can start thinking about him on the side. I have to look at how he looks from the side. Then this arm would be sort of I mean, I could also have this arm more like this, you know, so it wouldn't get too much in the way. It could be an option. It takes quite a bit of faith and imagination at the moment to even be able to make a call based on something so abstract. But it's good to try, you know. And here, what's going to be interesting is that we get the opportunity to show that big mass of this thing. But the only problem is this: with the if the parrot gun is unfolded, then this would be really messy. So I think in that version would have to leave the parrot gun in the kind of folded back in, probably. So then you can sort of zoom back, you know, and get a sense, a quick, really sort of a 1 mile away view from, and try to imagine, you know, what would be, the most interesting, the most impressive, badass version of him. Still don't have the answer, to be honest. I'm not sure. And if I think if we need to, we're gonna try to. I try to go as fast as possible, but at some point I may have to. I may not have enough to make the decision, so then I'd have no choice but to define things a little bit more. Fortunately, at the risk of wasting that time for and you know, deciding to go for another pose, but I think it's worth trying to give justice to this guy. Trying to figure what how the legs would look from this angle. So again, quite quick and dirty. I'm a bit silent because I'm just trying to focus here a bit. Let's see if I could turn him even more. I don't know if I want to have him sideways though, because one of the things is none of the characters that I've done are really turned too much, and for game purpose it's better to have consistency in the way all the characters are presented. I mean, this guy is it's as far as I've ever went, I think, in terms of twisting or turning characters sideways. So him too. So I don't know that I want necessarily to go that far. Might not be the best to do. Yeah, just thinking about that might be actually not a good idea to do. Just realized that maybe that's not right. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. That's a problem, actually. I just realized that would be a problem. Yeah, I think it's best to keep them relatively. Yeah, no, I can't do that. I may. Let's see another. So there is another possibility. Would be, but I don't think it would be nice. But we'll try. It would be a version where the head is a bit more straight, but I think then everything will be too front facing, and that's not gonna be the best, I think. The problematic is really to try and get to show those dreadlocks. I think this is more impressive. It's also more of a predator attitude to scan left and right and try and. So I wonder if maybe this is the best option. Let's give this a bit more time first. So how does that look? Like that. Some kind of strap here. It's like, yeah. So there is there would be something like this. It's kind of a little bit like a gladiator outfit when I think of it. It's good to pause also a little bit once you get to that point and before committing too much. It's good to just give it a rest and try to think a little bit now about what we're about to do before, you know. So, what's the best? I mean, I don't necessarily dislike this version either. So we'd have to move up a little bit. What would be the best? powered gun here somewhere. Dreadlocks taking a bit of space. Not necessarily bad either. Just gonna go a little more precise to try and get a better feel for it now. Because I'm at that point where I think I need to just dive in a little more closely. In order to get to be able to really make a final determination on that. At the same time, I think this reads really well, because I think there's this shape there. It reads maybe easier to read from this angle. So I wonder if maybe that's the best in the end. Still not quite sure. Don't want to make harsh decision and then regret it afterwards. So bear with me for a second. Still trying to assess. I mean, the truth is, we could probably make any version work. It's not like one is definitely much stronger. I think if you spend enough time and energy, you're gonna be able to make pretty much any version work. But I still want to go with something that I have a good feel about. This will make things a little less easier to get, rather than fighting a design that doesn't quite doesn't want to work, And I will have to make some cheat a little bit, and like for instance those dreadlocks, I will have to probably make them a little bigger, a little more visible than they would be at that size. But that's kind of part of it's kind of a part of what the pixel art is. You have to put a bit more emphasis on a few things. It's not really making a caricature of things, but it's just helping the read. I wonder if I should cheat some dreadlocks on this side, but I mean just getting it just a bit more precise here because like I'm having a hard time getting to a decision if I don't get a bit more just a bit more precise in the position of the head. It's really because it's so much of the attitude that is given through the angle of the head and how high it is, and so something that I've lost here is the sort of leaning. Let me see now. One more option. Gonna keep this body that has a nice feel. Just get the head there. Okay. Parrot gun again. This is not right because this head is too straight. It's like straight up, you know. And we want the head to be tilted like this. That's really something that is really important to get. Trying looking the other way too. And getting that angle will be very tricky. Yeah, I really don't want to rush this spot because this is where everything everything's gonna happen, you know. Finishing, then you know, making a nice rendering and clean shapes and all that stuff. So really not that difficult, but getting a nice pose with the right attitude is where is really where everything happens. So I want to make sure that I can get this. Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe this is better because I can show dreadlocks on both sides. Can't have him too heads turn too much. It's really that angle in the head that is the most critical. Sorry for not saying anything. I'm very focused and trying to get this thing. So not too chatty at the moment. It's a much bigger body, so I have to adjust the legs and everything. He's gonna end up or be too big at that point. this head. Let's go back to this. It's still the best head. Let me try to pass through this guy now, because I don't know, I feel like getting a bit lost in all this stuff. Let me try to make abstraction of everything and focus on this, because I still think this was the strongest. Now that push him a little further, be a bit more precise, and see if this works or not. Trying to really tilt his head. It's probably a more interesting attitude for him. Maybe we could just suggest a bit of an angle to it as well. Something like this. Oops. Such a difficult design to get at this size. Very, very tricky. This I really like. There's like some sort of notch in the head there. very, very hard to get. Bit too big. More of the angle there. Like, I don't even know, this is such a complex thing. So I think what we need to focus there on is probably those sort of a spiky scales. So maybe suggest a couple of indentations. Probably one of the most important things. Let's try and figure. So there's your one part here. I'm gonna consider everything skin as this one color, very light to start with, just because I want to get those shapes, and then we'll from there we'll see if what kind of color we use in the end. So just maybe ever some of that darker skin. Right now it's all about trying to get that separation of different parts of this armor. That would be nice to get. This is all like one piece, there's no skin there. And here we're back to, not even sure if this is some kind of, some kind of glove or something. Not quite clear. Guess we'll assume dark hand. We'll take this sort of color for now, and maybe just the fingers. To make sure that this is reads as different. I already don't like this shape, but I guess that's part of the design. So we'll have to make try to find a way to make it look all right. It's a very bulky thing. Go really dark actually there. Look this way. there. I'm just gonna go a little more, start to get a bit more precise, because I feel like this is probably the best version. I like to beef him up just a bit, but not to the extreme. Be one more pixel there. Oops. It's got those two blades or whatever they are. You want to retain this lean. here. There will probably go some kind of let's go gray for now. Bunch of scales there. This thing is really getting in the way. Beginning to don't know if I like this position of this arm. Not really happy with any of this, to be honest. feel like I'm tempted to do this. Then in pixel, it's not gonna go as well as we want, because we'd have to create a ton of aliasing. This is where sprite would come in handy, because sprite will allow you to rotate without resampling with a ton of different colors. Let's see. This is what happens. Not really fitting this, unfortunately. Not great so far. Just get rid of the legs, because sometimes legs get in the way of I want to be able to imagine the pose in a new way, so I don't want to be bugged with the legs. Okay. Need to go a bit bigger there. So sorry if it's a bit long to get into to take shape, but you know, it's that's kind of what it is. You know, you just have to give it the time to reveal itself. Right now it doesn't quite cooperate, and there's a few things that work. Some others don't. But we'll get there. We have we're faith in it. Yeah, the head needs to be in that direction. That's better. no doubt. Always, not always, but often tend to flip head back and forth, because as the pose evolves, then the head naturally tends to get better suited in a direction or the other, and so I tend to change this as I go. Have a look at him in context next to some other people. He's gonna be really big. I don't necessarily mind that. I think it's fine that this guy is a bit of a statement, you know. I mean, if you'd imagine him standing next to Indiana Jones, so I think it's fine if he's a bit impressive. We may adjust things here and there. I think that's better this way. We want to try and get the eyes to read. That's really the most important there. Such an annoying shape to get at that angle. Like I was concerned about this. There's going to be a lot of conflicts between the parrot gun and the dreadlocks on this side, which is really annoying. it's really getting the head. That will be the path to victory. That's where it's gonna happen. Unless I can get a cool head, there's really no point in even trying to get any of the rest. This is all about the head. Kind of close to this angle. God, this guy is hard. Very tricky, dude. That's really where your patience as a as a pixel artist is tested. Can't give up. You just have to keep going, and eventually things will resolve. A bit of that golden top of that. He has the little. It's like finding the right form of abstraction for something. You're dealing in really very abstract representation of things. You can't just be thinking in terms of I'm gonna draw this and then this one and then this one. You just have to try and get a sort of a almost an impressionist representation of things. You're trying to sort of get the people to guess at what they're looking at, rather than really show them, because there's just not enough pixels for that. So that's where it's getting sometimes pretty difficult. And it's not like I could decide to double the size of that head to have the luxury of having nice dreadlocks, because I have to size scale to respect, and he's already very big as it is. Granted, he's got a big head in the original design. The real guy has a really big head compared to his body, so that's fine, but can't really go much more than that. That's as big as it could ever become. So we have to deal with that, you know. No question. Have to make this work with that. And I think I'm gonna have try and have a couple of I don't need a lot. I need a couple to really clearly show, and we'll be fine. But even that is can be difficult. Just a couple. That parrot gun's gonna have to. I think we're gonna have to angle it in a different way. Try to separate this a bit more. I don't know how yet. Maybe something like this. And here I get maybe an opportunity to so just one more dreadlock. Maybe just those 2 pixels might be enough. It's insane how tricky things are at that size. You need to suggest this sort of repetition, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, and those things, they those sort of gold bands there, they could help us with that. Hold on. Not quite. Something like that. Wow. What a complicated issue there. not quite happy with the way this sort of a cranium is shaped. I think we could get better than that, but I'm not sure how. Maybe this is a bit better. And those, it's not right the way those point, you know. They should follow. So we need to change this, because they break the flow. So that's better, but it's a bit too systematic, too straight. So I wonder if there is a way to break this up. Gonna try. Yeah, this is getting better. I think we start to have a bit of a feel for it. Still a little too straight. It's really now very he'll go maybe a little darker. Okay, so that's slightly better now. I think I don't want to go that bright up there. I'm gonna try and simulate the fact that the lighting maybe comes a little bit more from this side, so we'll get those brass things to be a bit lighter on this side. Trying to get a bit of that shape in there, but obviously something very tricky to get anything to read like that. tricky guy. So he's got this this thing there. I have to say I really like the head in the overall design. The head is really cool, but not a huge fan of all those shapes. I feel like they're very they're all kind of different, you know. They all have a very different visual language. This is a more organic, kind of reminiscent of scales from you know a dinosaur, a reptile. This is very sort of old school tech, almost like steampunk. Tubular, cylindrical, metallic parts. This is yet another type of design, a bit more fantasy, you know, with the sort of stuff that you could find in more in a knight, a medieval knight or something. So they're kind of a bit all over the place, I feel. Not a huge fan. But anyway, so on this side, we got this. Guess as long as we can read the those claw type thing, that's really what matters the most. Trying to send the hand underneath first before I can really overlap the hand in a not the best way. Maybe have to cheat some of that stuff. Maybe we can just closed fist. I think I'll probably have to do that. Maybe more sideways. Oh, like this. Oh, I mean, this arm is not right position either. It's not right. So when it's like that, you want to start over. I'm gonna change the angle of the arm altogether. is if I turn the arm this way, the cloth will be underneath, which might be fine. So it'll be more like underneath. I hate those legs too much, so I'm gonna get rid of them. Oops. I don't know what to do with this arm. Nope, that's not right. I think a problem is that I want to show all the different pieces and everything, but I can't really do that. I have to be more, yeah. Just have to admit that be able to show all the different bits of, because I don't like the claws and everything, but put this back in later. And I just want to make sure. Oops. Can't have him too big. Maybe I could kind of bend this arm more, kind of back. Maybe that's something we could try and do. feel like I should there's something that's not right. I really should I have that feeling that I should really hide most of that arm. Like that. Yeah, I think this is better. I'm going to have this arm for the most part is going to be hidden, or partly hidden. That'll be better, and this will be also more of the back arm, so leave it in shadow. Probably go darker than that in the end, but so far let's keep it this way. Yeah, that's a better that's a way better way more dynamic feel. I have to make sure that I keep clear of what's underneath and what's on top. So this will be on top. Sort of breastplate there. And okay, it's kind of that idea. And that arm, yeah, there you go. That arm will be basically go darker with everything just for now, just to make sure that it's clear, that it's behind. Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll go quite darker just to give it more depth. And this will be our arm with this stuff. So this is where we will try to get a bit of that stuff going on. How much I can convey. Maybe something like that. Keep them separate layers for now, just until when better till we can commit to everything. Go back to the original direction. Then here we'd have, I'm gonna try and get this this strap there. Like that. It should probably be higher. Yes. Gotta get a nice curve to emphasize the sort of the pegs there. So push this a bit. And then we'll have, yeah, I think for this I'll select a different color, something darker, and we'll put just a bit of color in it, some sort of leathery type color. We'll see what color we end up with in the end, but I think it's better to have just a bit of color in there. Because the eye contrast is not super friendly. And here we'll have to go quite dark in order to make this work. Just gonna go a bit lighter on top there. So go quite dark in there. A hard thing with the light skin is that it lacks of contrast. So you have to find areas, especially where things overlap, or when you're under the arms or areas like this, where skin deeps down really quickly in value because everything gets really dark there, and so those are the opportunities you have for to get some contrast. Otherwise, everything tends to be washed out. That's no good. So I'll try to go with a bit more contrast in the skin. This might be a little tricky. Yeah, I think we can afford that much at least. Still lighter there than we are here. I think here we can go even probably even darker. At least suggest a bit of lighting even in shadow. Something like that. We can commit to that now. We'll keep this. Oh, actually. I'll keep this arm separate for now, just in case. At that point, I think I'm okay with the overall upper body, the upper torso. Probably keep it this way. We can try and suggest some kind of buckle there. Now I should try and fix this area, resolve all of this once and for all. So we want a shadow from the head. So here, that's where we want to go, probably quite dark. Don't want to climb in saturation. Normally in shadow I would go quite saturated, but since it's a very specific type of skin, probably don't want to go too high in saturation there. Maybe somewhere around there. Still need to feel like it's a shadow. It's too dark here, it's getting too abstract. We'll see about this sort of little detail later. What can we afford or not in terms of the scale and all that stuff. I think so far, yeah, we'll see about that later. I want to see if I can have so just some of those dreadlocks there overlapping a bit. Something like this, nice and thick. And actually I feel like this should be a good thing to get the same sort of feel there. Oh, no. Yeah, something like this maybe. It's really about just suggesting if you feel the tip of it, then that's really all you need. We don't need to detail too much, but at least if we can convey a couple, then we should be okay. A bit too too big there, so getting a bit lighter at the end, makes them a little thinner. So here we'd probably have our parrot gun there. It's a very complex area with a lot of stuff that's very hard to like even at this resolution, it's pretty hard to make what's going on. So I guess it'll have to be the same for us here. We'll just have to embrace the complexity. Look, it's complex enough that we don't have to show or be too precise, as long as there's a bit of contrast in the area. That's probably okay. Just suggesting a bit of detail might be enough. thing is so small, then every little piece of detail looks really big. Should look at this actually. So I feel like here it'd be nice to get that same angle there. Feels better. We probably here need some kind of shadow. This is where you can go actually really really dark. We'll see how far we can go. But we don't want the value of the shadow to be too close to this. So if we do this, then it's getting confusing between the shadow and the actual plate, and then you lose the benefit of the shadow, because basically this and this looks like it's the same. So it's this shadow looks like a continuation of that plate. So that means that we need to take this and go lighter there. And that's only by getting some sort of contrast between the plate and in the shadow, that the shadow will read as an actual shadow. And the minimal contrast in those ridges will ensure that they don't look too big. But on the edge, you can have a little bit of contrast right at the edge like this. And in the end, I think I will probably push quite a bit the. We'll see if we can get more of a metallic feel by getting this sort of specular highlight, and it's just a matter of finding the right amount. But for now, we'll leave it simple. I think this shadow is a bit too a bit too dark. Trying to find the right amount. If it's a little too harsh, we'll go for a little bit of a anti-aliasing there. It's pretty long session there. I've been struggling quite a bit with this guy. Already 3 hours and 20 minutes in, and we're far from being done, very far. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna finish this guy tonight. It's fine. We'll keep going. Next time, probably finish. Hopefully next time. But I mean, to be fair, he's a challenging character to do. He's definitely not a super easy one. Not all that shadow there. Hopefully not. Yeah, he's not easy. Quite a bit of stuff going on with this guy. Sometimes I really wish I had half a pixel. Like, this would force me to beef up his arm too much. But this is a little too small, so I'm gonna have to do a bit of anti-aliasing there, just to get the shape of the shoulder. Unfortunately, I don't really like to do this on the edge, but sometimes I really don't have much choice. Let's flip him real quick. Oh, we flip the arm as well. That might help. Yeah, so this is better. It's gonna be really big. I'm a bit worried that he's gonna be too big, but it's because of that stupid head that needs a certain amount of pixels to render properly to be readable, and this sort of really drags everything bigger, you know, brings everything with it, and everything ends up really big. So it's a bit of an old problem there. I think I should, at this point, I think I should probably try to get those legs in, because if he's really too big, then I might have to do some quick size adjustment. So let's do I have some legs that I should, I mean, I guess those legs were good, but let me I'm gonna bring back some of these old legs, but we'll adjust them for I don't need this anymore. Okay, so so see how much this evolves over time. I think now finally got the right angle demeanor for the head. He's kind of relaxed, but still a bit menacing. So I'm happy with that now. But it took quite a bit of time to get there, unfortunately. Whatever, I'm gonna take those legs real quick. Doesn't really matter. It's just to have a starting point. And yeah, so you see, what I'm gonna do for this is just bring them in another document and then scale them up a bit. The reason why I'm bringing them in another document is because I don't want this resampling that Photoshop will do if I scale up. See, if I take the legs and scale them up a little bit, this is what's gonna happen. Photoshop tries to resample all the pixels. It's because it's just essentially a photo. You know, it's not Photoshop is not was never meant to work at this size on stuff that's like a couple of pixels, you know, small. So it's really a photo editing program. So resampling is a normal thing that would in most cases something that you want, but not in our case, unfortunately. That's why like software like Sprite will not resample things. But there is a trick in Photoshop, which is you can change the size of an entire image, an entire document, not a layer but a document. Let's say 45 here, or 5 pixels higher. And then here you can choose the kind of resample, and you go for nearest neighbor, and this won't create any other colors that you already have, almost like a forced index palette. And this is what happens. See, it's a bit bigger, but preserve the hardness. Why you can't do this? There's no, to my knowledge, there's no option that allows you to rescale layer without with the hard edge resampling, which I don't know why, but that's just the way it is. So that's kind of a workaround. It's not ideal, but why it's not ideal? Because you kind of have to go and test. You know, like now I'm like, is it if it's not if it's too big, it looks like it's maybe a bit big, then maybe, well, actually no, might be okay. But in a case like this, I have to go back and forth, trying different scale, bring it back in, and so it's not the best, way, but it works. So we have this. I'm gonna just get rid of all that black stuff. So in case you just joined us, I'm trying to make the Predator in pixel form. I've been doing a bunch of characters in the past, all movie characters. You can probably recognize some of them, all those guys. I'm sure if you like to watch movies, you probably recognize most of them. And right now I'm fighting with the Predator to try and get him in the same world. But my concern now is that he's getting too big. I mean, this is Dorothy from Wizard of Oz, so obviously she's way smaller. That's expected. But even let's say if this would be our size, it is a bit too big, even compared to. I mean, like I said, Kevin Peter Hall, who was wearing the suit, the Predator suit in the 1987 movie, he was 7 feet 2, so really very, very, very tall. Plus the size of the helmet on top and everything, he was probably around you know, 7.6 or even higher. But it's still this seems too big to me, so I'm gonna have to scale everything down a bit. And it's really a problem because the head is really hard to get, and to bring it down in scale, it's gonna be really difficult. But I have to, if I scale everything down a bit, the head has to follow, otherwise it'll look really too big. So a bit annoying that I have to do that, but what can you do? So we'll gonna keep gonna keep those two, and try and see if I can shave a few pixels here and there. Usually the way I'll do it is trying to find an area that's not too destructive. Shave 1 pixel, and this way you can slowly let's say, let's see if we can have luxury of getting another one. We can probably do that, but then it means that you know, things start to get a little thick there and there, so we have to adjust those things, unfortunately. It's part of what rescaling means. And see, my concern now is that the head will look too big. Such a problem. We'll see if we can lose 1 pixel, but it's gonna be really hard to find anywhere. See the difference here? You're in real time, and then if you look here, you get a better sense of the character. Here we have a zoomed out version. Let's see, any pixel will really affect the design a lot. So that's very dangerous to do. We can almost do that, but this is destructive around this area. So I'm gonna have to find another area. Maybe if we take it from there, that's a bit better. I really don't want to affect that part too much. That could work. I have to do a little bit of a cleanup job. Oops. Yeah, it's really not that easy to get the proper read on this character at that size. See this, it's messed up the top of the head now, so we have to probably adjust this a little bit. So I kept the other one so we can compare. So those two. And you see, it's not quite as cool as this one. We've lost a little bit of something in there. The body has suffered a bit, but we could live with that. It's quite tricky. Let's see if I can salvage this a little bit. I'm tempted to go darker here. Yeah, because this will get us back this sort of a clean, this sort of a face here. There's just a really strong face there, and this was getting a little too rounded. So I think we need to bring back this sort of nice, clean. Front face there. Oops. We got to keep the angle, so I can't go all straight, because then this looks messed up, you know. Unless go the opposite, maybe like this. Let's oops, let's go back and compare before the changes to after. It's not ideal. Maybe this. Yeah, this is okay. I think we can probably keep this. So let's say now those legs. So now you'll be just a little less huge than the other guy. Still very big, but here we can probably we can maybe try to get a couple of pixels less on the legs. See if that helps us. And honestly, it can be really big. I don't mind him being really imposing. I just don't want him to look out of scale, you know, completely out of scale. Now, this is probably acceptable, but it's really the extreme limit, I think. Like for instance, darkness was really big, but darkness it's hard to tell in Legend what size he really is. But I think they, even though he was just a normal person in wearing the the prosthetics and the makeup and stuff, I think Ridley Scott meant for darkness to be very big. Because there's this shot where he comes out of the mirror, Lily, the princess, is laying down on the floor, and she passed out, you know, and then he leans on her, and he looks very very big at that point. So in that case, I figured that it's fine if I make him way bigger than anyone else. But the Predator is still bigger than a big man, but not he's not a giant complete he's not twice as big as a normal person. So maybe this is as big as we can afford to go. He's got the fairly short legs, actually. Look at this. I don't know if those proportions are right. But to me, they look funky a little bit. I feel like the legs feel a bit short, but at the same time, it's more realistic human proportions. And the head is really big too. It's probably because that actor had to wear that huge helmet, fit in there. And even I think they cheated, because if you imagine that this his actual head, the real head, wouldn't fit, I think, in that You know, I wonder if I think they probably have. I wonder actually. Yeah, I think they probably have two separate heads for that toy. I don't think the helmet or the face kind of works really as a faceplate for him. I don't know. Probably not, because I think otherwise the head will look really big with the helmet on top of the. Not sure actually. It's good. Wonder. Yeah, I actually wonder. But in any case, if you look at this head compared to the body, it's actually really big. So, which almost makes me think that I could almost preserve that head and have it on top of that body, and it would still be okay. If you look at how big this head, how massive is just compared to the body. Look at compared to mine, is a way big. So yeah, maybe this is what I ought to do. I don't know what's the best. We can try. We can try that. Have take this body there, and we'll copy this body over, and I'll just bring this head back onto it. See what it does. So start to have quite a few layers. So we take your head and we try to stick it onto you. Or is that? Now I need to find the body. Okay, so get this back up there. So now we have this body, this head, and then okay, and then we can just duplicate the arm. Might actually be okay, you know. I guess it is part of this character to have a really big head compared to the body. It doesn't really feel wrong to me there. I actually kind of like that. I think I'm gonna commit to this, which is not really that cool because then we bring back one more pixel or couple, so it'll be really tall. But what can you do? Yeah, I guess I like this version overall. So we'd have this. So I think at that point I can get rid of that and get rid of this guy. We won't keep this head. Now bring him over and see. I mean, those legs are. I don't think he needs very long legs. He should be a little stocky and I guess have more stronger legs than really long. So I guess maybe we could even take one pixel off there, and let's see. Let's see how far we can go. It's probably okay. I wish this arm wouldn't overlap but I might change the pose anyway of the legs. It's just to get an idea at this point of overall size of everything, because then I can really commit to this and feels so big, but you know, I mean, why not? It's not like horrible. It's a predator after all, you know. I mean, the alien is really big too. He's crouching and he's fairly imposing, so I guess that's probably okay. I think we can live with that. I wish I could make interesting legs though, because those are super boring. We'll keep this for now, because I'm just too not courageous enough to get rid of that yet. But just gonna darken this. This guy we're gonna just do that. Yeah, so those legs, I think I already need to do something a bit more interesting. I have no idea what. It's always a kind of an issue, the legs with me. I never quite know what to do with them. I mean, it depends, but for the most part, I struggle more with legs. Be honest, I'm not a super big fan of those either. I mean, they're okay, but this is a great pose. This is really a nice statue there. Very, very well done. Anyway, so yeah, not too sure about those legs. Like, this is kind of boring. I mean, wonder if I should at the same time, he's not it's like he can't really have like legs that are like too much convey too much action like this, because that wouldn't go with this upper body. So I guess it's gonna be just trying to find something that works somewhere in there. We'll see. This is not the best idea in terms of design. Emphasizing that crotch area like that, ugh, not the best. Not a huge fan of the whole gladiator or whatever thing that they've done there. It's funny because it's like I think I was saying earlier, it's really a design that I like for a couple of things, like this shape and in the head, and obviously this really nice mask in the dreadlocks. But everything else, I'm really not a huge fan of that. I feel like it's a little bit generic and all over the place. But I mean, who am I to judge that? I'm not really casting judgment on that. It's just, to me, it's just my own, perception of it, I guess. It's very hard to get to do a good design that stands on its own two legs. No pun intended, as I'm working on the legs, but I wish I had a bigger screen, I'm telling you that. So I will essentially keep those legs, but I'll see if I can maybe just get a bit more, get them a little stronger, and maybe also try to get just a bit more shaping out of them, or maybe lean a little more. Try to find something in the silhouette. And thanks to everyone for being here. Anyone who's there, either you've been there for the last 5 minutes, or been there since the beginning, or anywhere in between. I really appreciate all the people that take of their time to just look at me struggling with this guy. And I try to explain a bit what I'm doing, but it's not always. I'm aware that sometimes I may not be very clear, or so if you guys have questions or comments, or if you have a suggestion about about what I'm doing to something you see that could be done better, and please let me know. I'm always happy to listen to feedback, because I've been working on this guy for the last almost 4 hours now, maybe 3.5 hours, and so it's easy to lose perspective on what you're doing, become a little can't really see it for what it is. So it's very well possible that I miss things that are very obvious. If that's the case, you guys may see it better than me. And I'm willing to spend a little bit more time on this guy, because I mean, he's such a classic movie monster now. I think the Predator is one of the few creatures that probably attain the status of a classic movie monster, like the Alien, or before that, Frankenstein, or the creature from the Black Lagoon, or Dracula, the Mummy, all those things. So I don't want to. I hope I'm not gonna mess him up too much. I wish people would recognize him and don't think that I've ruined the design. The feet are a combination of, kind of hard to tell. I guess the armor plate stops there, and then it's some sort of sci-fi sandal. I'm gonna call that this way. And I will have different colors for actually for the skin, but for now we'll do whatever we can. I'm kind of curious to see what's his name, Shane Black has done with the new film. Though I'm not gonna lie, even though it doesn't look very good if you read the critics. But then again, I tend to disagree so many times with the critics that who knows, I'll be okay. I mean, I'm surprised that Shane Black would mess this up that bad. From what I've read, I read from really harsh critics, harsh reviews, and I'm surprised because considering such a talented scriptwriter that he is, and even as a director, it's and plus he's got the fan cred. He's worked on all that stuff. He was Hawkins in the original movie, so you would think that we can trust him to make a decent Predator movie. But from what I've read, it's not the case. So I'm curious. But also, I mean, those movies are always tricky to do. There's just so much fan. The fans are hard to please, such a tricky thing to deliver something that that matches the fans' expectations and their vision of what Predator movie should be. I think it's really something that's sort of a recurrent problem with most of the big franchises, is that there's just it's almost like the fans own the franchise, and it's becoming very difficult for anyone to match the expectations. kind of want to try and make this define just a bit this arm, because it overlaps the legs, and I want to see what's gonna happen with that. So I need to figure that out maybe a bit. So I had a color for we'll see, just a bit of a hand. I think it needs to be very complicated, but then we'd have those claws or whatever they are. So I have an interesting, a very clear and personal memory of my experience, my personal experience with that movie Predator. So 1987, I was a teenager back then, and I really remember that you know, being a boy and a teenager, I didn't really have a very sophisticated taste, I guess, and so I would just go and see those you know 80s action movie, and I would just eat that up, you know, like with my most of my friends, and I remember going to see a few years earlier, a couple of years earlier, I think it was 1985 was, if I remember well, was Rambo 2, and then also I remember going to see Commando in the theater, you know, so not too subtle stuff, but you know, what can you do? Anyway, so and I remember my best friend, we used to go to the movies together, and we didn't know that summer. I think there was nothing really that interesting, and I remember seeing the poster with Arnold Schwarzenegger in it, with the big gun, and the you know, the sort of a jungle backdrop, and just the title Predator, and I was like, wow, that looks like the perfect movie to go see, you know, another Commando. Really, that was my assumption, that was both our the assumption that we had when we went there, and I had no idea. I knew nothing of it. It was not like back then. It was not like you know, you had seen the trailer 12 times because it was readily available on the net or anything. There was no internet, so basically your only opportunity to see a trailer was either in a movie theater or on TV sometimes, but you had to be quite lucky to even see the trailer. So really going in, we had no idea what it was about, and we had assumed Predator you know, didn't really say anything to us in terms of the title, so we just assumed it was some kind of guerrilla warfare commando style movie, and for the most part, the first half an hour or so, they completely met our expectations. But then I really remember clearly the first time you get that POV from the Predator with the thermal vision. That really, you know, in the clicking sounds of the Predator and all that, and that really intrigued the hell out of us. You know, I really remember us looking at each other and wondering, like, wait a minute, what is this? You know, like, we weren't told. This is not what we expected to see. And so at that point, there is a really cool build-up in the entire film of the you know, the Predator, and you don't see it, but you definitely feel like there is something that's quite off there. It's it's just not normal, war movie and or action movie. Um, and then when finally we realized what was going on, it was such an awesome experience because really I felt like I was in the position of those characters, where I was completely caught off guard about the fact that there was an alien in this, so it really worked incredibly well on me, at least, because I really had no idea what was I was in for. Is really awesome. So I think that's also why I have a very good fond memories of that film. It, I guess it was the perfect storm, of not knowing and being in complete caught completely by surprise. It was a real sucker punch, actually. Really cool. But man, that movie was so testosterone charged. It was crazy. Like all this. I mean, it was probably the biggest, the most impressive cast of big guys I've seen in a movie in a long time. There was an anecdote on the film. Jesse Ventura, if you remember, it was Blaine in the movie. He's the guy with the big that fires the minigun, and he's always chewing on tobacco. And so this guy Blaine, so Jesse Ventura was the name of the actor. He was a very famous wrestler, and they were always competing with between him and Carl Weathers and Arnold Schwarzenegger, obviously, and also Bill Duke, and that was also in Commando with Arnold. In fact, they were, and also the guy who was playing a Billy, plus all the stuntmen and body doubles who had to be as big as the main cast, obviously, because they had to double for them. So you can imagine all those guys trying to push each other, challenge each other into who would lift the most, who would pump the most iron in the morning and all that sort of stuff. And Jesse Ventura, he loved making a lot of pranks, and he pulled a prank on that he thought on Arnold, because he had heard that from the wardrobe department. He had heard, because they have all the measurements for the actors. He had heard that his arms were bigger than those of Arnold's. So it was the supreme, accomplishment for him. And so what he did, he went to Arnold and pretending not knowing, he said, "I bet you that I have bigger arms than you, and we should measure them. And then the one who wins, who loses, is going to have to pay for champagne." But and then he lost the bet because what he didn't know is that Arnold, before that, he had gone to the wardrobe department and specifically told the person to tell Jessie Ventura that she had noticed that his arms were smaller than, bigger than Arnold's. So in fact, it was all planned from Arnold Schwarzenegger from the beginning. And Bill Duke, he got so tired of those guys knocking at his door at 5 in the morning to go lift weights that he pretended he was asleep because he couldn't bear the idea of doing all that every morning. Actually, Arnold Schwarzenegger, he lost 25 pounds to play the part of Dutch because he felt that he was too big for the role. He was supposed to be more of a commando type guy, and he looked too much like a bodybuilder already. So he had to lose 25 pounds to play the part of Dutch. What I'm doing with this it's been half an hour, so whatever. I was supposed to do legs, remember? Yeah, I just want to see how this will overlap and all that stuff. Just running out the best. Just flip this. I always tend to flip things because they give me a fresh look, on the art. I think his arm is too long anyway, so we're going to get this a bit shorter. I keep coming back on this arm, it's crazy. Because I want to make sure that well, the thing is, yeah, I want to make sure that I get the nice read on at least one of the two arms. actually Jesse Ventura, to go back to him, he was a wrestler for WWF at the time. That would eventually change their name to WWE. But he was also into politics, and he became the governor of Minnesota. So on the same film, you had two guys who would end up governor. Arnold, the governor of California, and Jesse Ventura would become a governor of Minnesota. And I was reading recently, actually, interestingly, that he was contemplating running for office in 2020 for the presidency. I think for the Green Party or something like crazy like that. Not that I don't think the Green Party wouldn't be a good party, whatever. But it's funny to think that he could become president, or try at least. Know how to solve this area. Guess we'll do that. Yeah, sorry guys if I spend more time on this guy than I normally do on other characters, I guess. But she was so much simpler, you know. There's really not much you can do in there. But him, he's got quite a bit of things to resolve, so that's why I spend more time in. Like I said, I think there is quite a bit of expectations that come with this character, and more than with someone like Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. I mean, there are big fans of Dorothy, but I don't think those people would necessarily be interested in video games for some reason. I think it's a different crowd. I think there's a better chance that people who would end up wanting to play this game that I want to make, or watching The Predator than The Wizard of Oz. I don't want to make generalizations, but you know. I really wish they hadn't done that. This is terrible. It looked like a little short, you know. I think I have to probably take some license with this and adjust the design a bit. I think I'll end up doing this darker to start with, so that it won't draw the eye. Last thing I want is to draw the attention around the crotch of a character, you know, so never the best idea you can have, I think. And it's not about being a prude or anything, it's really just because it's just not a very interesting area, you know. And to try and keep the focus around here. It's always cool to keep the back arm separate, because you can play after that a little bit. You can play with it, you know, try to get a nice pose. You can lift it a bit, or you can go a bit down. Wow, 4 hours, 20 minutes, it's a bit crazy. I don't think I've ever streamed that long. Oh, actually, maybe I did. Maybe 4 hours, 40 minutes once, around that mark. Time flies when you're doing that sort of stuff. It's so meticulous, and it can be really, can become quite... I can become quite obsessed sometimes with trying to get that one pixel right, and I don't really see time going. This is not the right shape, I think, for this. Then we'll have so I should probably use the same color there. And we'll eventually render these armor parts a bit better, but right now I'm just trying to lay everything down, all the basic shapes and whatnot. So here there's 1, 2, 3 probably of those scales, but we'll limit it to 2 because otherwise chances are that it will be too busy. So we have to make choices like this. And it's really, I don't think it matters too much, as long as you get somewhat the feel that it's right, then you know, you don't have to have the same amount of things, same amount of detail. It's more about the overall impression of where the complexity is, and like I said, it's more of a suggestion of detail sometimes than an actual depiction of what it is in the real design, because you just don't have enough to work with. It's just simple as that, you know. So you just have to make do with what you have. And that's really a big chunk of what to me I feel like pixel art is about, is trying to work within those limitations. They are sometimes quite big. Yeah, the question is, are we gonna have because here, see, I have that back arm that is much darker. It's nice to have some for form and volume, to have an arm that's more in the dark. But legs, they're unless one is overlapping the other, it's really difficult to. I can't really justify to have one leg darker than the other. Usually, I'll do that. I'll show you some examples. Maybe a case like this, you know, there's a clear difference in where in this leg is way more back. Like this leg would be in shadow, darker than this one. But really, it's hard to justify to do this in a case like this, unfortunately. So they're gonna have to be around the same level. You can still have some rendering in them, but some lighting, I mean. You can also have this bit darker and less saturated. I think we aren't to have too much fancy colors on that character. And I can also, I think I'm gonna take some liberty with this, you know. There's this idea that it's all like a bit torn, and so I'm kind of tempted to push this a bit more here and do something like this, maybe, because just to try and get a bit of visual interest in the legs. We'll see if this works, you know. even if I have to cheat a little bit, you know, and consider that maybe whatever that garment is a bit longer than it really is, but I feel like it's a bit better than this short, you know. It looks a little bit ridiculous to me. I think the legs I will have probably overall a bit darker than like this, then try to get a bit of lighting in them, so that this way it brings a less contrast in this area, and in doing so your eye tends to go where the area where there's either a bigger, brighter area or more contrast. So by leaving the contrast low, if we can, in this area, hopefully we'll push the eye up. And I'll increase the contrast in this area and the highlights, and try to get more of that metallic feel on this, and maybe leave this a little more subdued. It's always a good idea when you work at those things to try and think in terms of where you want the you know, the viewer to look as much as possible, because this will go a long way. You don't necessarily have to always have how can I say, you don't have to solve everything, every aspect of everything looking perfect and as nice, all the areas, you know, as interesting. Some can be a little less interesting, and that's fine, as long as you know how to draw the eye away from the areas that are a little bit lame. So something that you can think early, you know, as you're working. Yeah, the challenge is going to be to try and get this this arm to not to mess up too much with what's underneath. Lots of stuff happening there. And I honestly still think that this well, this feels a bit too long. Yes, this is better, I think. Let me clean this up for now. We'll see how I will resolve this later. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one there. I think I messed this up a bit too much. This is going to be tricky, probably. Try and get right. Such a messy area. Very hard to yeah, there's always some kind of tangent with something. Not sure what's gonna be the solution for that. I hate I would hate having the arm more away from the body, because it'll look just very unnatural. Not sure. Not sure what's the best here. I really have no idea what to do with that. So I feel like wonder if I should go a little 1 pixel less for torso there. Seems a bit high compared to legs. It seems better, I think. Flip it. Yes, this is okay. I think it's big, but it's acceptable. 4 hours, 40 minutes. I think I'm probably gonna. I think it's probably a good time. Yeah, I think it's probably a good time to stop. because we have a good foundation now. The pose is there, more or less. We'll see how we deal with those legs in this overlap. We may have to accept the fact that it's just a bit complicated. Unless I'm just gonna try something real quick, just for fun, real quick. What happens if I go really much darker? Maybe that's something we'll be able to do. And then here we'll do the opposite and go lighter there. Trying to get the metal to I don't know. I'm not sure what I should do there. Maybe I need to change this leg entirely. Maybe having more in motion, this forward motion this way. It's possible. This works okay, but those legs are so annoying. We'll see. We'll see. I think it's a good time to stop. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone. I'll see you back. I think we'll try to get this guy done and finished on Monday. It's Friday, is it? Yeah, Friday. So we'll try to get him to be done on the Monday night, hopefully. I really hope we can get that out of the way on Monday night. In the meantime, I'll wish you all a very good weekend, and have fun, play games, rest, and we'll see each other on Monday for the next part, and hopefully the end of the Predator. And on this, I'm out, and you can always reach me on all the various means of social communications that we have. And if you have ideas about characters that you want me to do, I'll be happy to look at them and add them on my list. Okay, so I'll see you guys on Monday night, 9 p.m. Pacific time, PST, West Coast. Thank you very much. Bye.